Is that right? Happens to me.
I think you can tell judge, remind judge about what it was.
Or they just like.
You can mark it as testimony. He testified about
You know, I mean, I don't know.
I don't know. Is this Amber?
Might be a good idea because Judge may have forgotten about it. Probably, probably conduct in the future, probably should. The issue is today.
I figured we need that many O'Donnell's case, so we're not doing the death penalty.
Oh, no, I do that, but.
Oh, yeah. I
Have
don't-
a monitoring professional.
They'll say, can you be tied down for 2 or 3 weeks?
All rise. Monroe Circuit Court's now in session. Uncle Judge David Williams presiding. Please bow with me for a moment of silent prayer.
Thank you. Everybody have a seat. Commonwealth versus David Buck.
Wow, what a crash. Well, Mark Hunter was doing Jennifer, it's been a half a day trying to sort it out.
Yeah.
He got the results.
Sentencing.
Can you check? I it's a solid state.
Pre-trial revocation hearings and understood about. Yeah.
Commonwealth versus David Buck, 24 CR 0080 and 24 CR 0078. Are you David R. Buck?
Yes,
You're
sir.
born in 1954.
Yes.
Last 4 digits, social security number 4580.
Yes, sir.
You're here for sentencing today. If you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole, is it substantially correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
Counselor, is there any reason why this gentleman should not be sentenced today?
No, Your Honor, and he wishes to serve the sentence due to the amount of time that he has in and the length of the sentences.
In 24 CR 0080, you had 2.5 years to run consecutive with 24 CR 0078 for a total of 5 years. They were pretrial diverted for 5 years. Your pretrial diversion was revoked. Likewise, 2.5 years to run consecutive with 24 CR 0080. This pretrial diverted was revoked, so you shall be sentenced to 5 years and give credit for time served, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Timothy Curtis. Timothy Curtis. Commonwealth versus Timothy Curtis for sentencing also. You are Timothy Curtis. You were born in 1978. Last 4 digits, social security 1511. We're on 25 CR 0004 for sentencing. You had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report of a probation parole. Is it substantially correct?
Yes.
Upon a plea of guilty to trafficking and controlled substance, second degree, first degree, second offense, he shall receive a sentence of 20 years. Criminal mischief, first degree, persistent felony offender, shall receive 10 years. However, the 10 years and 20 years shall run concurrently for a total of consecutively for a total of 30 years, probated for 5 years. The defendant shall enter and complete a long-term treatment facility. The defendant is currently incarcerated and shall not be released prior to sentencing, which is today, the defendant shall pay restitution amount of $1,000, $100 a month. What are the court costs here?
215.
It's 215, and I'll add $20 a month to that, so it'll be a whole total of 120. Now, he can be released.
He's supposed to go to long-term treatment from jail.
Okay, now,
He's gonna be released.
you have
after
that set up yet?
We don't have a bed letter or a bed date yet, Your Honor, but as soon as we have that arranged, we will supply it to Mr. Stockton.
Okay, and then they contact us and we'll do a release order. You gonna interview him in jail, or are you gonna?
Your Honor, I can get general conditions on him. That way when he's released, he knows he's.
Okay, well, probation parole officer will be to see you to interview, okay? Okay, thank you very much. Dwayne Flowers. Dwayne Flowers. Commonwealth versus Dwayne Flowers, 20 CR 00082. You are Dwayne Flowers, is that correct, sir? Born in 1973. At last four digits, social security number 0177. You're here for sentencing in 20 CR 0082. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yes.
Okay, is it substantially correct?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, tell us something about it then.
On the case summation, it appears that there is some information regarding a Mr. James D. Boyd, and potentially some information about him instead of Mr. Flowers, on that page. And the case number is incorrect,
What page you talking about?
the case summation, it is. Judge, I don't have the page number, if you want me to count it. Page 9, I think. Maybe page 9. It's the page before the risk,
You're just in a different order.
Yeah. Comments and recommendations, the area.
yes, Your Honor. So I don't know how much of that is, accurate.
You see what I'm saying? You looking at it?
Your Honor, we'll fix that.
That just a misnomer, just the name wrong, or the rest of stuff
I do
factual? or-
see- I do see the names wrong, but I'll check into it as soon as we get a call to make sure it's correct. Yeah.
Well. Well, what we'll do is we'll go ahead and impose a sentence, and if there's something that you think is substantive that changes on that thing, we'll still have time to, we can bring him back up.
Your Honor, I would like to make an argument, for probation.
Okay. Well, I hadn't decided, I haven't announced whether I'm gonna probate him or not, so go ahead.
Your Honor, the court did take testimony from Mr. Flowers, at the last court date, but I would actually like to call, him to testify today, to remind the court of a couple of factors that was brought up last time.
Okay, you raise your right hand the best you can. Swear the testimony you're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Flowers, why did you leave Kentucky?
I fear that someone's trying to harm me.
Who?
Marcus Hamilton, he's no longer.
Why?
Threats. I was with his, was in a relationship with his ex-wife, and ignorance and wanted to do harm to me. Getting paid and don't.
I'm sorry, you have to step toward the microphone and I can't hear you.
Judge, does he need to repeat the entirety of what he just said?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
So please start over. Why did you leave Kentucky?
Being threatened of my life, things written on my Facebook, constant him
Who was
harassing
threatening
me,
you?
DeMarcus Hamilton,
And why was he doing so?
because I was with his ex-wife.
And can you please explain to the court the confusion you had with regard to probation, whether it was supervised or unsupervised?
Just as that unsupervised, I thought it was I was just not gonna be unsupervised when I signed paper with the probation officer. He agreed to let me go to Texas.
And when you got to Texas, did you have stable housing?
Yes, yes.
Okay, all right. What would be your plan if you were to be released onto probation?
Going back to my job,
What kind of job did you have?
salesman at Toyota.
Okay, in Texas?
Yes,
Would you go through the proper process of being transferred to Texas
yes,
and reporting to probation?
yes,
Do you have housing?
yes.
I have no further questions.
Just a few, Your Honor. Where would you live, Mr. Flowers?
And my mom passed and left me and my sister and brother a house, and I've been helping her out with the
In
mortgage.
Texas? This is in Texas?
Yes,
What city in Texas?
Rowlett.
Okay.
Yes.
And is the Toyota dealership in that town?
It's in Garland, but well, actually, once I saved enough money, I had a car, but I still know how to transport from there by train.
Okay. Do you have the funds to reimburse the county the $1,260 that they had to pay to have you transported from Texas?
Not right now, kind of low on funds, but
Is that something you'd agree to pay?
Yeah.
Would you agree to stay in jail till we get you probation transferred to Texas?
sure.
That's my recommendation, Judge. Based on the facts that we tried Mr. Hamilton here, and I thought he got far too lenient sentence. And I believe that probably Mr. Flowers is sincere in his belief.
Is there any way you can get someone to forward the money to pay for the transportation so that we'll know for sure where you're gonna get out?
Yeah.
I can't make that happen.
Okay, well, once you make that happen, as soon as the money gets transferred here, and I'll direct probation and parole to go ahead and start the transfer process now in anticipation that you're gonna live up to what you say, okay?
Thank you.
So y'all get that going now, you know. I hope you have a job and you've turned around and everything.
I think that needs to be verified with probation.
Yeah, you need to get verification, some statement of employment by whoever he's employed by. And y'all can get that, right?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, okay, well, I hope things work out for you, man. Yeah, I'm gonna probate for 5 years, but subject to verification and validation of employment and receiving the $1,200 back here, and then we'll transfer him down there. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay, good luck to you.
Judge, can you?
I'm gonna waive his do what? I'm gonna wait. Do what?
Can someone give him the exact amount of money?
It's $1,260.28. We can write it down.
6028.
Yeah.
I'll waive court costs since we're gonna get restitution paid, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah. Who's your next? Robert Taylor? Robert Tabor?
Well, 60.
Robert Tabor. Are you Robert Tabor?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You're here on 25 CR 0003 for sentencing. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report
Yes.
done by probation and parole?
Yes.
And also the comprehensive sex offender pre-sentence evaluation? Have you looked at that also?
Yes, sir.
Is it substantially correct?
The only thing I've seen is like the days I was at their county and I served. I think that's a little off. But other than that,
There's an appellate process that you can go through with your attorneys on that to
Okay.
to see if you're getting full credit. On a plea of guilty to distribution of matter portraying a sexual performance by a minor, 8 counts defendant shall receive a sentence of 9 years on each count for a total of 9 years to serve. They'll all run concurrently. Is that correct?
Yes.
For a total of 9 years. Considering the length of the term in your financial situation, I will waive court costs.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I apologize. I do need to ask one question on Mr. Tabor's behalf. He did want to inquire if the court would be willing to release him potentially on home incarceration or some
No.
other factor for just a short period
No.
of time.
No,
I understand, Your Honor.
I can't do that. Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Mr. Fox, y'all have anybody else in custody back there? Now, we had one person who was not transported with Stephen Brown, and we're trying to make contact now with Christian County.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm not Stephen. Yeah, but apparently he was not bought.
Uh,
I'm waiting to hear back from Christian County to see if they can make him available.
we're waiting to see if we can.
Yes,
Zoom
sir.
him. Okay, so we won't make you wait too long if we hear back from them. Could some of you fellow corrections, pardon?
Jessica has a contact and she's calling him. So
Jacob Bowles. Commonwealth versus Jacob Bowles. 22 CR 0002. Are you Jacob Bowles?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning. Were you born in 2002?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 1163. You're represented by counsel here. This is a pretrial diversion revocation motion. What says the Commonwealth?
Your Honor, he has a 5-year sentence on trafficking marijuana, 5 pounds. Recently, he had been doing pretty well on probation, but recently he had a new misdemeanor arrest where he was charged with assault 4th degree, where he allegedly hit Jayada Purdue. And when the officer arrived, she had a split lip and the side of her face was swollen. She's moved to Portland, Tennessee. We tried to subpoena her and she was supposed to appear by Zoom, but I don't know if she's going to or not. And I don't know.
I'm here.
There she is.
There she is. I just couldn't see the screen. Thank you, Mr. Dave. So
Okay.
that we'd have to have testimony from her if we had the hearing.
Judge, the defense is not prepared for a hearing this morning. If we can pass this till
Why are
July.
you not prepared? If she's here, all you gotta do is cross-examine her.
Judge, I have not had the opportunity to discuss with my client or to prepare for a hearing to do any investigation with regard to the allegations of the underlying violations.
I'd at least like to take her testimony. So
Yeah, I'm gonna take her, preserve her testimony.
Judge, I know nothing about this. If
You're
I can
fixing
have,
to, she's fixing to testify
if I
under
can
oath.
have a few minutes to review the report.
Okay, go ahead and review the report. Ma'am, you hold on with us there and we'll come back, okay? Corey
Alrighty.
Holland. Hang on there with us, young lady, okay? Corey Holland. Are you Corey Holland? Good morning. Good morning. We're on 22 CR 0086. Mr. Holland, were you born in 1997?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 2156. You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You represented by attorney?
Yes. He's supposed to be here. I just talked to him on the phone, Kevin Crossland. He was, his secretary and him both. said
Where's he
they would
from?
be here. Bowling Green.
Yeah. I'm gonna ask public advocacy to stand in for the.
Judge, I believe they have a resolution. We have a plan.
Is he gonna be here today?
He said he was.
We'll just pass it.
Well, let me just get,
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I didn't
just
mean to-
arraign him.
Yeah.
I can pass over it, I guess, you know. Okay, let's go back there and have a seat. We'll call you back. Taquan Howard. 25 CR 0012. Are you Mr. Are you Mr. Howard? Good morning. Were you born in 2004? Last four digits, social security number 1655.
Yes, sir.
Here for a pretrial conference. What do we have?
Your Honor, we got a lab report back. Mr. Bell said he wanted to file some motions, so I'd ask that they be filed to be heard next month. And if.
What's the negotiation day next?
July the 11th.
July 11th, you'll be here at 9 a.m. for negotiation, and your next court date is July 17th. Okay,
Thank you, Judge.
thank you. William Miller, there appears to be an active warrant out on William Miller, is that correct?
Yeah, it's, in state custody.
You know where he's at, Ricky? We'll find.
I've done.
Let's check on Vine.
In what state?
Whenever I looked at the warrants, it come up in and he wants to be.
Here in
state
Kentucky.
custody.
In Kentucky.
We'll pass over that. If he is in custody, there's no reason to put him in NCIC. We just schedule him. next month. Make sure you got a hold on him. Scheduled for July 17th. Kevin Page, active warrant.
There, you see. Keep it served, Tuesday, Your Honor.
So he's out on bond.
Yes.
Okay, so he's been processed, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Commonwealth versus Kevin Page, 25 CR 0024. Are you Kevin Page? Good morning. Were you born in 1971? You were born in 1971. Last four digits, social security number 6580. Do you have an attorney?
Yes, sir.
Who is it?
Ms. Hill.
Public advocacy is one of their cases, okay? You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You have a right to remain silent. You are represented by counsel of the grand jury. Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with possession of controlled substance first degree, methamphetamine, and possession of drug paraphernalia. Do you understand those charges? You understand what the charges are?
Thank
you. Okay. You acknowledge the identity of your client, received indictment, waive formal reading arraignment, and plea got not guilty of serving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
They was scheduled for negotiation day on July the 11th. The next court appearance on July 17th. Both of them are conditions of your bond. I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order that requires the Commonwealth to give your attorney information. If you prepare your defense, probably already received some, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Heather Payne. Heather Payne. Commonwealth versus Heather Payne, 25 CR 0020. Are you Heather Payne? Were you born in 1971?
Yes.
Last four digits, social security number 4558.
Yes, Your Honor.
We're here for pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
We have a pretrial diversion plea, I believe, Your Honor.
Okay. A motion has been tendered, ma'am, that says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Okay, is this plea freely and voluntarily given? Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, now you're the same person that we just identified a few seconds ago, is that right? Have you discussed this matter with your attorney and you're satisfied with her advice?
Yes, Your
Have you
Honor.
reviewed the evidence Commonwealth has against you? Believe you're fully informed about your case? You realize that you do not have to enter a guilty plea. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept the plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. I'm going to go over the rights at the end. I'm going to ask you if you understand them, okay? You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speedy trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. The right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose, the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt you're guilty of charges against you. Understand that by entering this guilty plea today, you give up those rights. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided below. I don't have to accept the recommendation. In the event that I do not accept the recommendation and decide to impose a different or harsher sentence on you, you have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. Do you understand that?
Yes,
And I'm
sir.
going to ask some qualifying questions. Have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years? Have you had a pretrial diversion in the last 5 years?
No, sir.
Have you had any felonies in the past 10 years?
No,
Are
sir.
you not on probation anywhere? Is that correct?
Excuse me?
Are you on probation anywhere?
No, sir.
Okay, you understand if you fully complete the diversion, the charges will be dismissed, pretrial diverted, and you can have your record expunged. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
However, if you do not comply with the pretrial diversion and you brought back before me on a violation, I could revoke your pretrial diversion and schedule you for a hearing. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
If that were to happen, you'd be a convicted felon and it could be used against you in the future. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation, Ms. Gordon Anderson?
Yes, Your Honor. Upon a plea of guilty to possession of a controlled substance, first degree methamphetamine, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years, pretrial diverted for 5 years, supervised. The defendant shall receive credit for time served. The defendant agrees to have any and all evidence in the above style case forfeited and destroyed in a manner that is consistent with the laws of the Commonwealth and the holding agency.
Is that what you agreed to, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are pleading guilty because you did do the acts charged in the indictment? You're pleading guilty because you did do the acts that are charged in the indictment. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Well, you seem hesitant. Or did you not do this? If you didn't do it, we can have a trial.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. I mean, I don't want you to plead guilty to something you didn't do. Knowing your constitutional rights, I explain it's still your desire to proceed with your guilty plea and allow the court to fix your punishment. Is that your signature on the document? Okay, I'll accept the agreement and sign the diversion order. You'll need to meet with the probation and parole officer just to get some information, although you aren't technically on probation. He'll be over there. So if you kind of wheel it over there and let him talk to you just for a second, okay? Thank you very much. Jamie Piercy. Commonwealth versus Jamie Piercy, 20 CR 0021. Are you Jamie Piercy? Were you born in 1987? Last four digits are 9146. Good morning.
Good morning.
We're here on a review, it says on the docket. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, Mr. Pearson made some progress. He looks like from June of last year, he's supposed to be paying $306 a month. From June of last year through November, he paid $500. He's about $1,600 behind there. Then this year, he hadn't paid anything for April, May, or June, so that's $900. There's a $2,200 tax intercept, but that won't be released to the mother for probably several months. So Mr. Piercy's problem is he can't rely on that tax intercept. He needs to be paying every month the $306.
Yes, Your Honor, I've spoken with Mr. Piercy about this. His paycheck comes through tomorrow, so he believes he'll be able to pay $200 to $300
We have
tomorrow.
we have a wage assignment.
I don't know that we have.
Where are you working?
I'm working for myself. That's why there's no wages.
Well, how come your check comes due tomorrow if you're working for yourself?
The lady that I'm working for is gonna pay me tomorrow.
Well, where does she live?
Glasgow.
Well, I'd suggest that you have her pay you today.
Your Honor, we also wanted to ask Mr. Piercy.
How much you want him to pay?
I don't know. He needs some kind of plan to catch up this $900 he owes this year. The $2,200 will take care of the $1,600 from last year, but he needs to start paying regular and getting that $900 caught up.
Your Honor, if we could, he believes that he can pay that $200 to $300. He also has a little bit of money on him currently that he would be able to pay towards the child support. He is still paying towards court costs for this case. So we also wanted to ask if the court would be willing to relieve him of paying those court costs so that he can apply that money to his child support.
Oh. He owes both of them.
I understand, Your Honor.
He needs to pay them. What do you want him to pay immediately? Well, how much is your paycheck gonna be?
Probably close to $700.
Okay.
I would think he could pay $300 for this month and pay another $150 toward the last 2 months and review it next month in court till he can get some progress made.
Well, if he's just getting 400, you can't get him to pay 600.
Hopefully he can work in the next month.
How much, yeah, you mean by next month?
Next court date.
I want you to pay $200 by 4 o'clock today. And I want you to be, and what'd be the rest of 450 more? About 450 more
By next court date.
by the next court date. Okay? I'm not gonna fool with you month after month after month.
I don't want to know.
You know, I know that it's a joyous occasion for you to get, but see my smiling face.
I got 3 kids at home by myself.
Okay. Well, that's the reason I'm letting you kind of slide it out. I'm not trying to get you something you can do. Okay, because at least evidently you're trying to work, which is more than most people that we see. Okay, thank you very much.
Your Honor, I apologize. What is that court date next month?
17th, July 17th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Timothy Shirley. Commonwealth versus Timothy Shirley, 24 CR 0028 and 21 CR 0058. Are you Timothy Shirley?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1969?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits social security number 64, 65. You're represented by Mr. Brown. We're here on a pretrial conference. What's the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, based on the verdict in the Chad Shirley case and the evidence we have, I'm moving to dismiss 24 CR 28 and then withdraw the motion to revoke on 21 CR 58. Mr. Shirley's done quite a bit of time in jail over this anyway, so I'm satisfied with that.
No objection, Judge.
Well, I would think not. You know, if you did object, I would appoint Mr. Bell to represent you in a lunacy hearing. So, okay, well, good luck. Stay straight, man, okay? Tammy Sweezy. There's an active warrant out on Tammy Sweezy. Well, I hope y'all got a hold on her.
I believe we did. I'm pretty sure we did.
We'll pass over to July 17th. Michael Vibert.
Judge, she's in Rotor. I assume that they will join at 10.
Yeah,
I'm not printing out, but I did send Rotor an order. I don't know if they'll.
yeah, okay. Guy Williams. Commonwealth versus Guy Williams, 25 CR 0016. Are you Guy Williams? Were you born in 2003? Last four digits, social security number 0258.
Yes, sir.
Good morning. You're on a pretrial conference. What do we have here with the Commonwealth?
Pretrial diversion, please.
A motion's been tendered, as you just heard, Mr. Williams. It says you wish to enter a pretrial diversion. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person that we just identified in indictment number 25 CR 0016?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, sir.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney and are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? You believe you're fully informed about your case?
Sir.
You know that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights in the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I can accept your plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. I'm going to go down through. Then I'll order a PSI.
Yes.
And we don't have anything else scheduled until,
We've got Mr. Croswell here now, but can we go back to Miss Purdue? I think she's got an appointment today, so I would like to go ahead and take her testimony.
who do we have? Corey Holland or?
Yeah.
I'm able to read.
Well, I don't have much.
She hear us?
You can read mine.
Nice.
May about now, probably not. She's still not. Things moved anyway. He'd already pled guilty to it.
The whole outlet under the bench has been ripped out.
Not my thing.
So we have no power.
There she is right there.
Yeah, she's on there. You're.
That's okay. We can do without me. Put your hand on the radio.
I can still see him in the courtroom if you want to.
Okay, let's proceed with that.
Okay.
Corey Holland,
Now we're on Jacob Bowles.
let's go to Jacob Bowles. Jacob Bowles, you wanna come around? Pre-trial diversion revocation. Okay, now you said that he'd been doing pretty well except for this thing that's popped up. Were there other situations that you want to bring up or just?
Well, he was late one time to probation parole. There were some issues with his residence. I'd have to have the officer testify to that, and we're just gonna have her testimony today.
Okay, who's the officer?
Officer Graber.
Email me, actually. I can call her.
Okay, let's call this young lady, get her testimony in. Okay. Ma'am, you raise your right hand, please. Swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you may inquire, Mr. Doctor.
Could you state your name, Miss Purdue?
Jada Purdue.
Okay. And back in May, were you living in Barron County, Kentucky?
Yes.
Okay. And who was living there with you?
Jacob Bowles and his mother and his uncle.
Okay. Did you have an altercation with Mr. Bowles on May the 20th of this year?
Yes, sir.
Did you tell the court what happened?
We were sitting in the bedroom and I was getting up to go to the living room and he pushed me. And then I told him not to do it again. Well, then he hit my glasses off my face. And then I continued telling him not to do it again. And it caused him to push me back again and then him to hit me. And then we started getting into a fight. And then he had me down on the ground and punched me twice in my face.
Okay. And was this over a cell phone? Was he accusing you of seeing some other man or something?
It was over a bunch of stuff. I mean, we've always had these problems where we would argue over a lot of different things.
Yeah. Well, the officer stated in the citation that he was trying to get your cell phone and was trying to take your
He-
cell phone.
He was trying to take my cell phone because he had bought this for me and he kept claiming that it was his and that I had nothing to do with it and I needed to find a way home and I wouldn't have a cell phone to find a way home because he was taking mine.
Okay. And so, and he struck you on the face twice?
Yes, he punched me twice in my mouth.
Okay. And you had a busted lip, I guess, when the officer got there. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And the officer also said one side of your face was swollen. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. It was my right side where he had smacked me.
Okay. Did you strike him during this altercation
Yeah, I struck him back. Yes.
after he hit you?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And you subsequently moved out of the house, didn't you?
I went to the front, or I went out the back door to call the cops. Yes.
Okay. And nobody else in the residence called the police, did they?
No, I did.
Okay. And I guess my question then is, you and Mr. Bowles are no longer together, are you?
No.
Okay. And you moved from Kentucky, is that correct?
Yes, I live in Tennessee.
Okay. And you gave the officer a statement when he arrived?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go to the doctor?
I went to the hospital.
Okay. And did you go to the emergency room?
Yes.
Was that at PJ Sampson or the clinic?
TJ Sampson.
Okay. And did anybody take any photographs of your injuries
Yes, they have photographs. One of the officers did it.
from Glasgow?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I have no further questions, Your
You
Honor.
may inquire.
Ms. Purdue, were there any witnesses to this other than you and Mr. Bowles?
His uncle came in after the fight had started.
So his uncle witnessed all of the fight?
He didn't witness the beginning of the fight, but he witnessed him hitting me in my mouth and stuff. Yes.
Was there anybody else home?
No, it was just me, him, and his uncle
Where was his mother?
at work.
Okay. I have no further questions.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Okay, may she be released?
She may, Your Honor.
Thank you for testifying. You may be released. We're
Thank
calling it-
you.
Yeah, Officer Graber is on the line here.
No,
Judge,
this
we're
is,
requesting a continuance because we don't have the opportunity to properly investigate this.
Well, you asked for some time. I gave you some time. Now we've started.
No, Judge, what we asked for was a full-out continuance. Ms. Purdue was already here, and I respect her time, but we have not had the opportunity to look into this. And I would request additional time to investigate this and to look into some issues.
What officers involved in this?
there's Officer Graber's, the probation parole, and there's also the
It's
officer.
on the line.
Okay, that's good. And then you have the officer from Glasgow, who I wasn't going to call because he's already entered a conviction on the misdemeanor in Barron County
On this,
on this charge. So.
why are we having a hearing on this? He's admitted he entered a plea on it.
Because, Judge, he entered this plea without an attorney.
Let's take this officer's testimony here. And then I'll decide on whether you get a continuance or
I
not.
would ask, regardless of whether we get a continuance or not, that he be taken into custody. There should have been an arrest warrant in this case, I believe.
Well, let's take some testimony here first.
Okay. Officer Graber?
Yes, sir.
You raise your right hand, please. You swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
State your name for the record, please.
Officer Jarrett Graber with the Glasgow Police Department.
Okay. And how long have you been a police officer?
Going on 3 years.
Okay. And did you respond to a complaint or a call on May the 20th, 25 regarding
Yes, sir.
Jacob Bowles?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the court what happened, what you did?
Yes, sir. On May 20th, I responded to 103 Milton Avenue, Apartment D, in reference to physical domestic in progress. Upon my arrival, I'd made contact with the victim, Jada Purdue. Purdue advised it started in the upstairs bedroom with her ex-boyfriend, Jacob Bowles, came into the room and accused of her of talking to another man. Purdue advised she no longer was dating Bowles, and they even agreed to see other people. Bowles blamed her for their issues and began yelling at her. He then began trying to get her phone, and when she wouldn't give him the phone back, he slapped her across the left side of her face with his right hand. Purdue advised at this point the argument continued and they went downstairs. Purdue stated Bowles again went to her phone to get her phone and shoved her into the couch. She then got up off the couch and got in his face. He hit her in the face, this time with a closed fist. Purdue advised she fought to keep Bowles off of her and began swinging back. She stated she was struck in the face a couple more times before she was able to get out and call the police. Purdue advised when Bowles could hear her talking to dispatch, he immediately grabbed his keys and went out the front door.
Okay.
Bowles at this time then got into his vehicle and left the residence. Purdue's bottom lip was split across the bottom. Left side of her face was swollen, consistent with someone who'd been in a physical altercation. I took photos of the victim's injuries and logged them into evidence at Glasgow Police Department. Purdue was transported to TJ Sampson by Barron County Metcalf EMS forward to get her injuries checked out.
Okay. Did you take the complaint out then against Mr. Bowles?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have no further questions about.
Officer, you did not witness these events.
No, ma'am.
Did you take a statement from Mr. Bowles?
He was not on scene when I arrived. He left prior to my arrival.
But you did not take a statement from him afterward.
No, ma'am.
Okay, so your only narrative of this is Ms. Purdue's?
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you for making yourself available, officer. You may be excused.
Thank you, sir.
You have another witness?
No, I could call Mr. Collins, but there's nothing else to add.
Okay. Would you like to call anyone?
Judge, I am once again asking to continue this.
I'm not going.
I just
I'm
met
not
with
going- I'm
Mr.
not
Bowles
going
this
to- I'm not
morning. I
going
would like to
continue.
explore
I'm
the
not going to
issue of
continue. I'm
whether
not
the
going to
lead-
continue it. You
I
want to call a
understand, Your
witness? Overruled. Go ahead. You want to call him or not?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
Okay. You have a right to, raise your right hand. Testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, correct?
Just your
Go ahead.
what it all started about?
Yeah.
What?
Judge, give me a minute.
What's this?
Thank you.
About, just for the record, the motion here was filed on May the 28th of 2025. An updated violation report was filed on June the 3rd. You go ahead. Inquire.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Bowles, did you have an attorney in the Barron District case?
No, I didn't get to speak before.
Okay. Mr. Bowles, when you appeared for arraignment at Barron District, were you at the courthouse?
No,
Where were you?
I was in Barron County Detention Center.
Was there an attorney in the room with you?
No.
Were your rights read to you prior to your entry of the guilty plea?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Mr. Bowles, you've heard Ms. Purdue testify. There was an altercation, wasn't there?
Sir,
And you fled the scene before the police officer arrived?
I didn't fled the scene. It was me trying to get out of a bad situation. I didn't know.
So you left?
Yeah.
Is how you characterize it.
Yeah.
Did you go to the hospital?
No.
Didn't seek medical attention?
No.
You weren't injured, were you?
Not too bad, no.
Not too bad. You wasn't injured bad enough. You need to go to the doctor, was you? Okay. And I've got nothing else to ask him, Your Honor.
Dr. Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Have any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Would you have a statement?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm asking that Mr. Bowles' pretrial diversion be revoked. We've got testimony plus a guilty plea. And it boggles my mind. There's one question I should ask Mr. Bowles, if he was under the influence when this happened or not. You know, this is something, he was on probation. It's just needless. He could have left that residence rather than
Pretrial
assaulting this girl.
diversion. Well, pretrial diversion.
But he was being supervised on the diversion.
Okay.
Judge, we once again ask the court to continue this hearing as we've not had the opportunity to
I
speak
answered
to
that
Ms. Ball before
question.
today.
I
Understand,
answered that
for renewing that motion.
Denied.
Your Honor, I'd ask the court to not set aside Mr. Bowles' diversion. With regard to the violations in this case, he has been on supervision since May of 2022. It is now June of 2025, and his scheduled end of supervision is 2027. Since then, he has had one previous violation other than the current violations, which we have taken up today. That was in June of 2022, right after he got onto supervision. This is a new misdemeanor arrest and conviction for the assault fourth degree. And I do not believe that this meets the Andrews standard. This does not show that he is a danger to previous victims or the community. This does not show that he is a significant risk to previous victims or the community at large, in general. And this does not show that he is not this does not show that he cannot be effectively, appropriately supervised within the community, which is the standard for revocation. I do not believe that the Commonwealth has met their burden, and Mr. Bowles should be given a graduated sanction here today. What we would ask is for the court to give him a graduated sanction of home incarceration or of some detention time, but would ask the court to not set aside his diversion.
Do you have any additional statement?
Your Honor, I would say when you assault someone, there's no rules you live by. We've got stacks and stacks of law books, but there's basically these two things you don't do. You don't take somebody's stuff and you don't hurt somebody.
Yeah.
And he could have walked out of this situation, but he assaulted this lady. And if that doesn't show you're a danger to others, I don't know what does.
Yeah, I'm going to revoke his pretrial diversion and I'll order him into custody, order a pre-sentence investigation report to be done, and I will deal with him. It could very well be, young man, that I'll probate you when you come here, but I do not accept this domestic violence and beating thing. I just, you know, you were given an opportunity to deny it happened. You told the truth. You didn't deny it happened. You hit this woman in the mouth, you busted her on the side of the face. I don't go for that. You cannot do that. Okay, so take him into custody and your attorney will be talking to you and we'll take a look at probation when you come back up here. Okay, thank you very much. Corey Holland.
Do that.
Commonwealth versus Corey Holland. 22 CR 0086. Are you Corey Holland?
Yes, sir.
Were you born in 1997?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of your social security number 2156. Do you have that?
Yes,
Oh, it's right here. It's okay. You're represented by counsel. The grand jury of Monroe County's returned indictment charging you with theft, unlawful taking, and disposition. You understand what that charge is? Counselor, you acknowledge the identity of the client received indictment, excuse me. Waiver, formal reading and arraignment, inter plea of not guilty for the time.
Yes,
Do y'all
sir.
have an agreement worked out on this, Mr. Stockton?
If it's signed and executed.
we do.
yes.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
is it a diversion agreement or what is it?
It's a version.
Okay. A motion has been tendered. Just keep that, I'll let him in the signature. Motion been here says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the person that we just identified in 22 CR 0086? Is that you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, sir.
Have you discussed these charges with your attorney?
Yes, sir.
Are you satisfied with the advice of your attorney?
Yes, sir.
Have you viewed the evidence which Commonwealth has against you? You believe you're fully informed about your case. You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to go over those rights. At the end, I'm going to ask if you understand them. If you do, we'll proceed, okay?
Yes, sir.
You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speed trial by jury. You have a right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. You have a right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. Right to produce evidence, a right to call witnesses in your favor, right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and a right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. Understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you give up all those rights. You understand that? Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply a range of sentence provided below. I don't have to accept the recommendation. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea and proceed to trial. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm going to do some qualifying questions. Have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years? Have you been pretrial diverted in the last 5 years?
Not that I'm aware of, Your Honor.
No, you would be aware of it. It's not the sort of thing you forget. I don't think so.
I have it right now. I have it right now. I'm on pretrial diversion right now.
From where?
From Barron County, where I had an active warrant. I went and turned myself in on this charge. And they put me on pretrial diversion.
I don't think you understand. Pretrial diversion is after you enter a guilty plea to something. Are you on like pretrial monitoring?
Yeah, that's what, yes.
He's on pretrial monitoring, but not, you've never been convicted of a felony before.
No, sir. No, sir. Sorry, I've never had to do anything like this.
He's done paperwork, that's what he's talking about. We're checking for that line on the bottom.
Okay. Okay, you haven't had any felonies in the last 10 years, right?
No, sir.
Okay, and you're not on probation now.
No, sir.
Okay. You understand if you fully complete the diversion agreement, the charges could be dismissed and you could have your record expunged. Do you understand that? If you do not complete if you're charged with violating the pretrial diversion and you're brought back in front of me and I revoke it, then I'll order a pre-sentence investigation report. You'll be a convicted felon. That can be used against you in the future. You understand that? You step to your left, please, and let the Commonwealth. Ms. Gordon Anderson, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Yes, Your Honor. Upon a plea of guilty to theft by unlawful taking or disposition over $1,000, but less than $10,000, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 5 years, pretrial diverted for 5 years, supervised. The defendant shall pay restitution in the amount of $13,870.48 at a monthly rate of $300 per month, with the first payment being due within 30 days from the entry of this plea. Each subsequent payment shall be due on the same date thereafter until paid in full. Restitution is subject to a 5% clerk's fee. Supervision shall continue until all restitution is paid in full. The defendant agrees to have any and all evidence in the above style case forfeited and destroyed in a manner that's consistent with the laws of the Commonwealth and the holding agency, and the defendant shall obtain gainful employment or do a minimum of 30 hours per week until gainful employment is obtained.
Is that what you agreed to, young man?
Yes, sir.
Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the acts charged in the indictment as amended?
Yes, sir.
You're doing so of your own free will.
Yes, sir.
And your constitutional rights explain to still your desire to give up those rights, enter a plea of guilty and allow the court to fix your punishment. Is that your signature on there, on the motion offer? And what was the restitution again?
It was a little over 13 now.
$13,870.48.
Okay, and what was the court cost? And when can you pay the court costs?
How much was the court cost trying to
$235.
How much time do you need to pay the 235? That's for the cost of the court.
And I can pay it tomorrow.
You don't have to pay it all.
Okay.
Would it help you if I spread it out a little bit?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'll let you pay it $50 a month, make your first payment tomorrow,
Yes, sir.
and then monthly till you pay it in full, okay?
Yes, sir.
You understand those restitution payments need to be paid, and you get violated for not doing them. You understand that? You need to meet with, I'll accept it and sign the order. That is your signature on there you've identified, so I'll accept it and let you meet with the probation and parole officer so he can take information. You're not on probation, but he'll need to have information to kind of track you a little bit, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
You have your excuse, sir.
Absolutely. Have a nice day. Now, that's 10 o'clock, so, do we have Clinton County on the line? How about Lee Adjustment? Lee Adjustment on the line? We have Green River Correction on the line. I see Green River. Green River Correctional Complex. You turn your camera on. GRCC, will you turn your camera on? There we go. This is Jesus Padilla.
I'm not saying, send him up here. I got it. He's on his way.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. No problem.
Are you Jesus Padilla?
Yes, sir.
This is 24 CR 0076. You were born in 2002.
Yes, sir.
You do not have a social security number, is that correct?
No.
Okay. Your attorney's online here. We have pretrial conference. What you got here?
Yes, Judge. Miss McCauley, we've discussed this briefly and she was trying to get all the discovery. Do you need one more negotiation day or not, Miss McCauley?
Yes, I would like to have another negotiation day. I've got to get that additional discovery to my client and then I need to discuss that with him.
You charge it.
It's a theft case, Your Honor.
Is this the one he been up here on one before, or is this
It's a different case, Your Honor.
different case?
Yeah.
Okay. What was the resolution of the other case? Yeah.
It was ultimately prison time. I can't remember if he was probated and got revoked or if he was actually went straight in. I just can't recall.
It was pay the restitution. It didn't pay the restitution.
That's what it was, yeah. Yeah. And now we got another major.
July the 11th, the negotiation date, and July 17th. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Green River, for your cooperation.
Thank
Y'all may be excused. Okay, we have Lee Adjustment
Yeah, I think it's over with.
in Clinton County.
Oh.
They're not on there. Would somebody call Clinton County for us?
Oh, it's Corey. Is Corey on that? He's got to do play. I need to call Corey too.
Okay, well, let's go off the record here until we either get those locales on there or until we pick up the Barron County Detention Center in 25 minutes. Okay, we off the record everywhere now?
Your Honor, I have another hearing. May I step out?
Sure.
Thank you.
And I've spoken with Christian County and they asked for the defendant's name and the Zoom link and I sent it to them and they responded, so.
And Your Honor, we're just gonna continue that matter anyway. I'll waive this appearance. I think.
Said for July is fine.
Okay, we're going to the Berrien County Correctional Institution and calling Michael Austin. Well, let's do Clinton County first. We got a short thing in Clinton County and then we'll get to Clinton County. Will you turn your camera on?
I don't have the information about it printed out.
Clinton County, okay. Berrien County, we'll come right back to you. Just have a seat there, Berrien County, and we'll come right back to you. We got a Clinton, this is Clinton Circuit Court, meeting by agreement versus Zoom. I'm calling the case of Joshua Wireman, 25F0060. Is this a rocket docket case? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are you Joshua Wireman?
Yes, sir.
Okay, were you born in 1990?
Yes, sir.
The last four digits of your social security number are 9435. The
Yes, sir.
charge against you are possession of a controlled substance, first degree, first offense that is brought before this court by virtue of information. I understand that there is a plea agreement. Is that correct? What is a Commonwealth? Is this a pretrial diversion or appellate? Okay. I want to ask you a few questions, sir. A motion's been tendered that says you wish to enter a guilty plea today. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person that we just identified being in front of this court on 25F0060?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, sir.
Discuss these charges with your attorney and are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? You believe you're fully informed about your case?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept the plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. I'm gonna go over them at the end. I'll ask you if you understand. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speedy trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charge against you. Understand that by entering a guilty plea, then you give up all those rights. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I don't have to accept any recommendation. In the event I don't accept the recommendation, decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea and go to trial. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, now, I'll ask you some qualifying questions. Have you been diverted in the last 5 years?
No, sir.
Any felonies in the past 10 years?
No, sir.
You're currently on probation or parole?
No, sir.
Okay, you understand that if you successfully complete the diversion program, your case will be dismissed pretrial diverted and you can have your record expunged. However, if you don't successfully complete it, and they bring you back in front of me, I'll revoke your pretrial diversion. I'll schedule a pre-sentence investigation report to be done. You'll be sentenced, you'll be a convicted felon that can be used against you in the future. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Stockton, are you going to present the Commonwealth's recommendation?
I will, Your Honor. Mr. Wyman plead guilty to possession of controlled substance, first degree, receive a sentence of 2 years, pretrial diverted for 4. He will be referred to the SSC, follow all recommendations. He'll obtain and maintain gainful employment or do community service, and all evidence in this case will be destroyed.
Is that what you agreed to, sir?
Yes, sir.
What's the court cost in this case?
$155.
$155. You need some time to pay that?
Yes.
You pay it $30 a month, the first payment being due 30 days from today. Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the acts charged?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you doing so of your own free will?
Yes, sir.
No, your constitutional rights explains still your desire to proceed and allow the court to fix the punishment with the right permitted by law.
Yes, sir.
Now, Counselor, do you have a copy of the agreement with you there? Counsel?
Yes, I have a copy I can get.
Okay, will you hold it up to the camera, see if that's his signature there?
It's a digital copy is what I have. If you give me a moment, I can probably find a physical copy.
Here, I think I've got it here.
motion, or there's the,
Okay, I'll just show him this one. Hey, is that your signature on there, sir? Is that your signature?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, I'll accept the pretrial diversion, sign the order. We'll need to meet with probation and parole.
He's on his way.
Okay, probation and parole officer is on the way over there, and I guess after that interview takes place, he can be released. Is that correct? So you just make sure you stay there at the jail until you get interviewed, okay?
Yes, sir.
It's on the way over there now. Okay, well, thank you very much. In Clinton County, thank you for cooperation. Y'all may be excused. Now,
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's go to Barron County now. Barron County, we had Michael Austin that we started up with. Michael Austin. Good morning, Mr. Austin.
Good morning.
It's 21 CR 0078 and 25 CR 0015. Are you Michael Austin?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1966?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of your social security number is 7734.
Yes, sir.
We're here on a pretrial conference and a probation revocation. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
We have a felony plea, Your Honor.
Okay. A motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a plea today, sir. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in the indictment that I just read?
Yes, sir.
Did your judgment impaired in any way?
No, sir.
Have you discussed these charges with your attorney and are you satisfied with the attorney's advice?
Yes, sir.
You reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you. You believe that you've been fully informed about your case.
Yes, sir.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. I'm going to go over them at the end. I'm going to ask you whether you understand. You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speed trial by jury. Right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. The right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. The right to produce evidence. The right to call witnesses in your favor. The right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose. The right to apply the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charge. You understand that by entering guilty plea, then you give up all those rights. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation on the applying range of sentence provided by law. I don't have to accept it prior to accepting your recommendation or a pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation and parole. After reviewing that, I've had decided to impose a harsher sentence. As I said, you can withdraw your plea and go to trial. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Gordon Anderson, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Upon a plea of guilty to trafficking in marijuana, second offense, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 10 years. Upon a plea of guilty to possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 5 years. The 10-year sentence and the 5-year sentence shall run concurrently for a total of 10 years. Serve 136 days in jail with the balance probated for 5 years supervised. This 10-year sentence shall run consecutively with Monroe indictment number 21 CR 78. The defendant shall be referred to the social service clinician to attend the Mark Center in Bowling Green, Kentucky. And the defendant shall receive credit for time served and be released upon final sentencing. The defendant shall forfeit the Henry 308 single shotgun with scope to the Monroe County Sheriff's Office and be disposed of in accordance with the laws of the Commonwealth and the holding agency. The defendant agrees to have any and all evidence in above style case forfeited and destroyed in a manner that's consistent with the laws of the Commonwealth and the holding agency. And the defendant shall obtain gainful employment or do a minimum of 30 hours per week until gainful employment is obtained.
Is that your understanding of the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Yes, sir.
Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the act charged in the indictment as amended?
Yes, sir.
Doing so of your own free will?
Yes, sir.
Or your constitutional rights, still your desire to proceed with your plea and allow the court to fix the punishment within the range permitted by law. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
And I said, you understand that after this guilty plea on this felony, you were already a convicted felon, but any future convictions, this could be used to enhance your penalty. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You have the original document. Anybody have the original document? Just hand me the signature page up here. Sorry, is that your signature there? You see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll accept the plea order, pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole will schedule sentencing on July the 17th. What are the court costs of this?
$215.
$215, and we'll determine when you pay that on the sentencing date, okay?
Judge, you have a good day.
Yeah, thank you.
Right.
Stephen Chavez, or Chavis, how you say it?
It's Chavis, I believe.
Chavis. Commonwealth versus Stephen Chavis, 24 CR 0087. Are you Stephen Chavis?
Yes.
Were you born in 1981?
Yes.
Last four digits of your social security number are 6423. This is a motion for evidentiary hearings. Counsel, what do you have here? Stockton,
Mr. Chavis filed a
you come around here where I can pick it up.
motion, which I believe is ineffective assistance of counsel. I filed a response. And based on his motion, I think we eventually will have to have an evidentiary hearing. My understanding was he's been appointing counsel now. It should be online.
Judge, I'm on Zoom.
Could you identify yourself, sir?
Yes, Judge. My name is Chess Clark. I'm an attorney with DPA's post-conviction unit in Frankfurt. I was appointed to this case day before yesterday and spoke to Mr. Chavis yesterday as well. And
Okay, well, let's schedule a hearing on July the 17th. Will that give you enough time?
Judge, if we could have your August date instead, we're still gathering records that might be necessary for an evidentiary hearing.
Well, I say we schedule it for an evidentiary hearing on July the 17th.
Yes, for the August date. He said he did.
And you say you can't be ready by then?
Judge, I'm not sure that we can be ready. Again, not having records for this case, I have a hard time being able to tell you exactly how long.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll schedule it for the 17th. And if you aren't ready, the Commonwealth will agree to continue the 18th by agreed order and you won't have to come. Does that sound like a good resolution?
I believe that we can probably do that, Judge.
Okay, thank you very much.
Your Honor, one other matter on
Wait
this.
just a second.
Ms. Hill and Ms. Brown will be witnesses in this case. And I guess, I don't know if I need a court order or what for them to discuss this now. But they were reluctant to talk to me, I guess, until he had a counsel appointed.
Your Honor, so the matters that would be addressed in this motion involve confidential communications that we had with Mr. Chavis. We would not be willing to, of course, speak on any of that unless there was a subpoena to court or a court order requiring.
Well, I will send them a subpoena and then I will ask for a court order that they be able to discuss this. I think any attorney-client privilege is waived on these 1142s because especially when counsel's.
To a certain extent, you know.
As regards to the issues in the 1142.
That's right. It's transactional. You have to be limited to the issues that he alleges where they was ineffective. I've gone through these myself in the past and knew some things that I still couldn't disclose or shouldn't disclose that weren't relevant. So if you'll limit the order to that, we'll be good. Okay.
Also,
Okay.
Judge,
Yes.
Judge, if I may, it's my understanding that the Commonwealth's opportunity to discuss those matters with the attorneys in question would be during testimony, during a hearing on the record.
Well, I guess I'll just have to research it and have it brief it or whatever, but you know, I don't think that's correct. We just had 1142 with Mr. Buffkin and we spoke to him about it, so.
Well, here's the thing about it is once the order is entered, Mr. Stockton, it appears to me that Mr. Stockton can talk to counsel about it. If they have reticence to talk about it, not on the record, then they can exercise that and he'll respect that. Is that okay, Counselor? Hello?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, thank you very much.
Judge, that's all I have. May be excused.
Okay, thank you very much. Gino Gregory. Gino Gregory. Are you Gino Gregory?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is 25 CR 0027. Mr. Gregory, were you born in 1996?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 8808.
Yes, sir.
Here today for the purpose of arraignment. You have a right to remain silent. Your attorney is here. This is appearing by virtue of a rocket docket information. The Commonwealth that charges it on the 13th day of May, Monroe County, above named defendant, they committed act of possession, controlled substance, first degree, first offense, methamphetamine against peace and dignity of the Commonwealth. Counselor, do you acknowledge the identity of your client receipt of the information?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, now, I also note that there's a motion for a guilty plea. Is this a diversion or a felony plea?
This is a felony plea, Your Honor.
Okay. Sir, a motion has been tendered. You entered a plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions initially. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
Now you file a motion to enter a guilty plea. A motion been tendered that says you wish to enter a guilty plea. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in the indictment?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired in any way today?
No, sir.
Can you discuss this matter with your attorney and are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes, sir.
You view the evidence the Commonwealth has against you.
Yes, sir.
You believe you've been fully informed about this case.
Yes, sir.
You understand that you do not have to plead guilty. You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution.
Yes, sir.
And before I can accept the plea from you, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against you. No one can make you say anything. Right to speedy trial by jury. Right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. The right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. Right to produce evidence. Right to call witnesses in your favor. The right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose. And the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty charged against you. Understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you give up those rights. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. Prior to accepting your recommendation, I will order a pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation and parole. After reviewing that report, if I decide not to accept the recommendation of the Commonwealth and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, who's presenting? Ms. Gordon Anderson, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation in this case?
Yes, Your Honor. Upon a plea of guilty to possession of a controlled substance, first degree, first offense, methamphetamine, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 2 years, probated for 4 years, supervised. The defendant shall enter and complete the Monroe Specialty Program. The defendant shall receive credit for time served. The defendant shall obtain gainful employment or do a minimum of 30 hours of community service per week until gainful employment is obtained. The defendant agrees to have any and all evidence in the above styled cases disposed of in a manner that's consistent with the laws of the Commonwealth and the holding agency.
Is that the recommendation you agreed to, sir?
Yes, sir.
Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the acts charged in the indictment as amended?
Yes, sir.
Are you doing so of your own free will?
Yes, sir.
Knowing your constitutional rights, explain that still you desire to give up those rights, enter plea of guilty and allow the court to fix your punishment in the range permitted by law.
Yes, sir.
You understand that after this plea that you had any felonies in the future, they could be enhanced under the persistent felony offender law. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
This needs to be dated, okay? Is this your signature on there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll accept the plea, order pre-sentence investigation report to be done for probation and parole, schedule sentencing on July 17th, and I guess I can sign a referral notice then to a drug court. Is that right?
Do we have that?
Did you talk about drug court in this case?
Yes, he's supposed to go to drug court.
Okay, well, he can't do that till after sentencing, so we'll have the sentencing on the 17th. Got
He does have a case pending.
a Barron County felony case. Are you aware of that? It's holding there as well.
I'm concerned about it.
That's for money.
Yeah, if we do a drug court, I've pretty well found out we usually take the lead and they'll follow.
I think it's all from the same entity. I just had.
Took something into jail.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think I'm not.
Maybe they'll
concerned about it.
dismiss that if you get it.
The order referring to drug court's already been entered.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's been entered. Okay, well, thank you a lot. Ethan Lynn. Ethan Lynn, are you Ethan Lynn?
Yes, sir.
This is 25 CR 0026. Were you born in 1990, sir?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of social security number 8958. You here for the purpose of arraignment. You have an attorney?
No, sir.
Do you have the public defender in district court or just go to district court?
This, I think it went to district court.
This is a direct submission.
No, he was Kevin Page's co-defendant, Your Honor. So this is, he should have been in district court.
Did you go in front of Judge Costello?
No.
Okay, I'm surprised. Maybe it got taken up. before it
You
got
have an
out.
affidavit on him as to whether he can afford an attorney or not.
I was.
I'll continue the appointment. He's here for arraignment. The grand jury, Roger Main Silent, your attorney is here. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging possession of a controlled substance, first degree, third or greater offense, and possession of drug paraphernalia. Mr. Fox, will you come around here, please? Will you present that to the attorney there? You acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order here that requires the Commonwealth to provide you the information they have in preparation of your case. You'll have a negotiation day on July 11th. Your next court appearance will be on July 17th. Your attorney will be over to talk to you, okay? Jeffrey Slade. Are you Jeffrey Slade?
Yes, sir.
This is 21 CR 0071. Mr. Slade, were you born in 1978?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 8029.
Yes,
We're here
sir.
on pretrial diversion revocation. Mr. Stockton.
Mr. Slade has two cases, possession of controlled substance from Monroe County. Both of them are 21 cases. He had 2 years, 6 months on each for a total of 5 years. And my understanding is he has continued to use meth, but he also has serious health problems, which has prevented him, or he's used the excuse not to complete treatment. Miss Hill has a treatment facility lined up for him if the court wants to accept. If not, we can have a hearing.
What do you have?
Your Honor, we have a
If
place.
you speak into the microphone, you don't have to just tell me that.
Yes, Your Honor, we have a placement for him at Grace Recovery Home. It is a 6-month long-term treatment program that we're asking for the court to allow him to go to. The bed is this coming Tuesday. I do not believe that Mr. Slade has ever been to a long-term treatment program. I think that probation and parole had some difficulty placing him in the past due to some significant health concerns that he has. So we're asking for the court to give him the opportunity to enter this program, as we were able to find a program that could manage both his substance abuse and the health issues that he is having.
Have you checked this place out? Or?
Yeah, I think it's a good program, mate. And I will go along with this. And if he completes rehab, he'll be in good shape. If he doesn't, if he uses meth, I'm gonna ask you to put him in prison regardless of his health issues. Because if he keeps using meth, I guess he is sick, but he still keeps.
Yeah, Mr. Slade, you understand what the Commonwealth is saying?
Yes,
What I'm saying is, if you go over there, if you leave this treatment, you have to immediately report to the Barron County Jail. That should be in order, okay?
Yes.
Yes.
If you don't comply, I'm going to have to send you to penitentiary. And if you've got serious health problems, penitentiary is not the greatest place to be. You understand what I'm saying? So I don't want you to have to die in prison. So you need to get a hold of yourself here, man. I know it's not easy. If it's easy, I really don't know whether I've ever met anybody that wanted to have a drug problem or not. You know, people, you just get one. It's hard to get shit up, you know? So I'm gonna go ahead with this, and they'll place you, and I'll sign a release to somebody to transport. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You get the bid date and we'll do an order. Good luck to you, Mr. Slay. I hope I don't see you again except out on the street at maybe the Strawberry Festival or the Watermelon Festival or something, okay? Okay.
And Your Honor, just to be clear, we do have the actual bed date, which is documented in that letter as well. It is this coming Tuesday.
Okay, well, who's gonna transport it?
I believe that the program is going to be.
Okay, well, we'll do an order to allow him to be released to them, and you just give us a time and we'll fulfill the ordering, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Callie Strong. Are you Kelly Strong?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning. This is 22 CR 0061. Were you born in 1969, sir?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 7609.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what do we have here, Mr. Stockton? Is it
Your Honor.
pretrial diversion or revocation?
It is. Mr. Strong pled guilty, has a 3-year sentence on possession of a controlled substance, first degree. He was placed in the Monroe County Specialty Court Program. He was terminated because he absconded on February the 28th of 25.
Who represents Mr. Strong? Anyone? Do you have the public defender, Mr. Strong, when you were here?
I believe Johnny Bell represented him.
Okay, I'm gonna appoint the Office of Public Advocacy to represent you, and I'm gonna put this off until yes, July 17th to give you an opportunity to talk to him, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your attorney will be able to talk to you, Mr. Strong. Damon Tackett.
There's any, if I can find it.
Howell versus Damon Tackett. Good morning, Mr. Tackett. This is
Morning, how are you?
0019. Were you born in 1984?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 4520.
Yes, sir.
You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You were represented, says by, I guess, the EPA, y'all represented. Yeah, I'll continue that representation. You have a right to remain silent. Your attorney is here. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with criminal mischief first degree. Do you understand what that charge is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Counselor, you acknowledge the identity of your client, received indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
We'll schedule a negotiation day for July 11th, and your next court appearance is July 17th. I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order that requires the Commonwealth to provide your attorney with all the information they have so that they can prepare your defense. You can expect her to be over there to talk to you soon about your defense, okay? Okay, thank you very much. Michael Turner. Thank you, Mr. Tackett. Your attorney will be over to see you.
All right.
This is Mr. Michael Turner. The court's familiar with. He's born in 1967. Last four digits social security number is 1161. This is 23 CR 0055. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, we've been proceeding down multiple tracks on this case. Number one, on the petition for guardianship. We have that filed here in Monroe District Court. The people with the state, the lady was on vacation. We're hoping to get that set up in the next few weeks where they would actually be the state of Commonwealth of Kentucky would be Mr. Turner's guardian.
Yes.
Also, as far as the 202A or involuntary hospitalization, that was delayed a little bit because I first wanted to try to get KCPC to force treatment to restore Mr. Turner's competency, and we ultimately found out they couldn't do that. I called Barron County, I believe at this point in time, because he's been in the Barron County jail so long, Barron District Court would have jurisdiction over that. I tried to call the county attorney on that. He hadn't got back with me yet on the involuntary hospitalization. I'm gonna try to get that set up. So those are the two tracks we're proceeding right now.
I met with Mr. Turner. He's asked that I request that the court dismiss the indictment. This case has been almost 2 years old now, so. And still pending, so I'd make the motion to have the indictment dismissed.
Okay. We can't, don't you think we have a little bit more ability to push this thing if we kept the,
Well,
you're in district court here?
Well, my position is if Barron County won't take this, then I'm gonna file it here, I guess, because we've already supplied, I think,
There's a lot of the records.
to county attorney's office here already on the district court. So, and if that doesn't work, I'll
Well-
just have to file it in circuit court.
Let's give a couple weeks for this to square up. And if Mr. Stockton, if you find out they won't take it in the next couple of weeks, I think we ought to try to go ahead and move on it here. So by the next rule day, we can have something done on this.
So you did, and I'm not gonna be available at the next real date. I'm gonna be out of state.
No, we're gonna miss you, but we'll just have to continue it then to August. If you can't be here. August 14th, but if we get a resolution on this guardianship, we can go ahead and move that forward and the process can continue. Probably won't have a report by the 14th anyway.
I would think the guardianship should be before the next rule day.
Okay, well, if we have the guardianship, whatever action they take though will not be resolved until probably August anyway.
Probably, that's correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Can I say something?
I'd advise against it, Mr. Turner.
Your attorney advised against you saying anything, but you can go against his advice if you would like.
Well, yes, yeah, I would like to say this. I've been locked up here for about 3 years or a little better. They were trying to bury me for Katie Cawthorn's murder that I witnessed. And I've told y'all this. And it is documented and it's on film them doing this. We're trying to bury me for that. I don't need no guardian. I don't know who's trying to be my guardian besides my half brother, Sean McPherson, trying to bury me for this. Trying to steal all the properties and everything.
Okay.
Because
Thank you very much, and we'll see you in August, okay?
Can I say one more thing? I never did.
We're finished now,
Thank you,
sir.
sir.
We're finished. Thank you.
No, I need to heart surgery.
Brittany Williams, thank you. Brittany Williams is next. Commonwealth versus Brittany Williams, 25 CR 0021. Are you Brittany Williams?
Yes, sir.
Were you born in 1991?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of social security number 2941.
Yes, sir.
We're here for a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, if I could, we have reviewed the
Mr.
discovery.
Stockton?
There is a conflict, Your Honor, in our representation of Ms. Williams. We've not been able to secure counsel for her as of yet. We were hoping we could pass this until the July dates, so we can get an attorney assigned who would be able
Okay,
to
well,
work with
let's
us.
do it in the next 10 days, okay? Let's enter an order. She shall have attorney conflict counsel within 10 days, so she'll be prepared for the next rule. But what's she charged with?
This is a possession case, Your Honor.
And what's her bond? So it's only 15,000 clerk approved surety, Miss Williams. You have somebody that can sign your bond. They don't have to put any money up or anything.
No, sir, I don't have any money.
She's gonna exceed my offer before she ever gets counsel, because my offer was 3 years pretrial diverted and served 60 days, so she's gonna have that in before she can ever get counsel, looks like.
Well, then she'll get credit for those other days then.
What I'm saying.
Okay. Okay, they're gonna appoint you conflict counsel. They offer you a pretrial diversion and serve 60 days. So what the Commonwealth just said, if you get counsel, by the time you get back over here, the next time you'll already have those 60 days killed. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. David Wood, agreed order of continuance on David Wood. His attorney couldn't be here, sir?
No, I didn't see the order until late yesterday. It was too late.
Give it a touch with me yesterday.
It was too late for me.
Okay, your attorney has had an accident, is not going to be able to be here today. And so they wanted your case continued until July the 17th.
I got plenty of states.
It said he had a parole hearing on June 1st.
But I don't know if it says every rule on or not. You meant to balance.
seen a rule on it.
Well, what, do what?
I guess you get tired of saying me, ain't you?
No, you're easier to handle than some people are, you know.
I'd
I'd say you're more tired of me than I am of you. Okay.
I'm here about 10 times, Mr. Williams.
Okay, here's the deal. We'll take a look at this and your attorney will be back and see what the parole board did and we'll have you back here. Hopefully we can get you finished on July 17th, one way or the other, okay?
I hope, pray to God, we can do something.
Okay, thank you very much. You have a great day. Is there anybody else, Barron County, y'all have anybody else there that I've skipped over inadvertently and don't have?
That's everybody we got.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there
Thank
anybody
you.
else, anybody else to come before the criminal docket?
Judge, we had, Keith Rose at Lee Adjustment Center, and they didn't appear, but it was just a motion for destruction, I believe.
It was, yes.
Well, we'll go ahead and enter order destroying the
Flash
property.
drives and video buys, all it was.
Also, Michael Bedford, who is at Roderer, they did not get on, unfortunately. Could we pass him until next month? We have an agreement reached in the
Can
case.
you all have him transported next month? 'Cause
Yes,
we
I
always
think-
have trouble with Rover getting.
I think that may be.
Do a
where we're at.
transportation order. Okay, we'll do a transportation order. Mr. Vivek, that ends the docket here of the criminal docket, so we'll go off the record. You got it where you can take me off the record over there now?
Not off the record, but I can take it off the motion.
Y'all got me off the record.
Monroe Circuit Court's now in session. Honorable Judge David Williams presiding.
Thank you. Everyone have a seat. Call the child support docket.
Judge, if every case today is continued to July 17th, if you just want to call the names, there's nobody probably going to be here for any of them.
Okay. Clary versus Clary. Crawford versus Crawford. Russell versus Curtis. Fox versus Fox.
$3,895.
It wouldn't be a rule day in Monroe County if I didn't have. Graves versus Graves. Turner versus Guffey. Hammer versus Hammer. Heston versus Heston.
She's graduating high school just now, so we may get to drop her.
Heston versus Heston. Taylor versus Houchins. Hudson versus Hudson. Jimenez versus Jimenez. Joyner versus Joyner. Dye versus Jones. Jones versus Jones. Page versus Page. Pennington versus Pennington. Rich versus Rich. Smith versus Smith. Is there anybody here on any of those cases? If not, they'll all be continued until July 17th. Good job, crew.
Since Ms. Gaffey's come on, we'll be really.
Is that what's made things so efficient?
No.
No. Because, you know, some of my child support workers have to appear on the criminal docket.
Okay, we'll be moving on here.
It's a speeding ticket.
Credit Acceptance Corporation versus Johnny Rashear. Okay.
Good
Hello.
afternoon, Your Honor.
Hello. Wait, let him get up here if you don't mind. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
We're requesting summary judgment.
I read your motion. What kind of defense do you have to this?
Well, I don't agree with the amount. While they provide a breakdown, I do believe that the vehicle was sold or wasn't sold at a fair price.
Well, it probably wasn't, but you were given notice of the sale. I don't like the law. It's tough, but that's just the way it is. I mean, why didn't you go to the sale and try to protect yourself? That's the question.
I had no idea that I could go to the sale.
Yeah, well,
Didn't know.
I know, well, they gave you a notice, you could have gotten a lawyer and that sort of thing. What did they sell the car for?
Well, I don't
Said
know.
it was a private sale. Did y'all mention the amount that you sold the car for?
I think they got over 6,000 for it. I'd have to go back through it.
What was the value of the car?
I think I owned, well.
Yeah, but what was the value of the car, not what you
The
owed?
value of the car was, I looked it up on Kelly Blue Book, it was 63 to 95,
Yeah,
so.
so they got the lower end of it. You did better than
They got 6,300 for it, Your Honor.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well, that's what they usually make sure they get inside the blue book for this very reason. So what's the amount of the judgment that you're asking for?
It is $8,636.30.
Yeah, and I didn't see a affidavit what's that included? That's just
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I got handed this case about an hour and a half ago.
how much of that is attorney's fees and things?
$800 is attorney fees.
Well, that's pretty reasonable for something like this. Okay, so I'm gonna have to sign the judgment.
I think this is,
Okay, that's good. It's good enough.
okay.
Great. Sorry about it. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah.
again,
Yeah, you're finished. She'll send you a copy of the judgment.
okay.
And you might be able to call them to offer them see if they'll take a payoff on it. You have any authority today?
I do not.
Okay.
I was gonna, I got a paper in the mail for a lesser amount, but
What was the lesser amount?
it was 1,800, if I'm not mistaken. If my wife put it in here, I got it.
Well, maybe you can call them, deal directly
Yeah,
with them, okay?
yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right. About this way like.
Yeah, you go out back way back there. Yeah.
Your
Oh,
Honor,
yeah,
this is my first time in a Kentucky court.
yeah. Yeah, we hold you in contempt for that, or
How do I get a copy of the judgment?
it'll be sent
It'll be mailed.
electronically.
Thank you.
Is it right? Y'all send electronically. We doing everything pretty much electronically now.
Thank you. And that's the end of my business, if I can be
Where have you been practicing previously?
Tennessee.
Oh, my God. Okay. Well,
So different.
welcome Kentucky.
Thank you. Can I be
Yeah,
excused?
absolutely. Absolutely. Have a nice day. Capshaw versus Capshaw.
Daughter is an attorney.
Capshaw versus Capshaw.
Shelby's.
Are you Mr. Capshaw? Hey, come on up, Mr. Capshaw. Okay. This is a visitation thing, was it?
No, Judge, this
I couldn't, you made a limited appearance because you said process wasn't, sir. Okay, what kind of case is this?
Divorce.
Divorce judge.
Okay, now she's here today.
Yes.
I don't know whether she can make a special appearance. I think you can.
Well, she can, as long as she limits her
Well,
business.
they could
to
serve her
coming to
today,
court.
could
No,
they?
not if she's coming to court or traveling from court.
Well, what are we accomplished by not getting her served?
Judge, there is also a divorce case filed in Tennessee.
Ah,
After the fact. This one was filed first in time, Judge.
But
I never will forget coming out of the bar exam and they said, did you see that choice case on there? I said, there was no choice case. Are there children involved?
There's a newborn, Judge.
Is any property involved?
No.
Okay. Well, you don't need to stop at McDonald's on the way home, I can tell you that, there's.
And Judge, I did file a response, so I guess I would ask you to rule on it because I disagree with the motion. I mean, the statute, the civil rule allows service, an addition that Mr. Stevens did not include in his motion, any other manner in which the court is satisfied. If you look at the summons, it was signed by a law enforcement officer. Her name's on there, the date is on there. If we're going to start throwing out every summons that only has that, then I dare say several cases that Mr. Stevens prosecutes might be in trouble. So I would think that's enough for the case for the court to be
If it's
satisfied.
out of state thing.
But it's the out of state. The in state is by any other means, but
Yeah.
out of state has the specific rule.
So, and in addition to that, there is also case law that indicates that defects in service can be cured as long as it's not going to materially change the case. I've attached also an affidavit from the officer indicating the date
So-
and the time that she went to the residence, that Ms. Capshaw did identify herself. They had an extensive conversation and she served.
Did
her
she
with
leave the
papers.
marriage to move to Tennessee? Was the marriage that were the residents?
They
up
lived
there?
in Tennessee during the marriage. He came up here after the separation.
We both came up here.
I was gonna say, they were both up here for a time and Judge, all of their extended family, both of them reside here. So she conducts business here.
Is it in Clay County or what county?
They didn't live in Clay County, but that's where she lives now. During the marriage, they lived in White.
I don't.
Cumberland County.
Cumberland County, yeah.
And Judge, yeah, they're married, they were together during the marriage for only 2 months, so it was a short time in Cumberland County.
Probably seemed longer than that. How old is the child? The what?
6 weeks yesterday.
And I think one of the frustrations of my client is that I feel like they're just trying to throw up roadblocks. It's delayed. He's not getting to see this child very much. She's controlling all of that in her presence. He's not getting to build a bond with the child, so there is some urgency because of that. So,
What would be the possibility of y'all going back in one of these rooms and talking for a second about, see if there could be some agreement about this thing? You know, it could go down in Tennessee and both of you just incur additional money back and forth and everything. It'd be good to get a resolution that will ultimately happen anyway, unless there's something I don't know. If you were just together a short time and you were blessed with a child, you know, I mean, ultimately, he's going to get some visitation of some sort.
Yes.
You know, and ultimately, it's going to be more than you think he deserves and less than he thinks he wants. You know what I'm saying? So why don't y'all just discuss this and think if there's any possibility of resolving the thing before I have to rule on that, okay?
And Judge, I don't know, I may have the next case. I'm not sure what else you
Well,
want.
I mean, I can stay a while. I'm gonna have to qualify the jury later. I'll be here for a while.
She's got both of the visitation hearings that we've been coming up with.
Okay, well, yeah. What's the next case though?
Vanderbilt mortgage.
You don't have that, do you?
I do not, Judge, but on our visitation ones, Mr. Wilson's here, and I think we're probably not gonna have a full hearing today because he just got in the case, so just to be aware of that.
Okay,
Mr. Haynes, he's with the next.
okay. Vanderbilt,
Hello, Judge.
Michael Kane here, explained that's their motion for default.
okay, I'll be glad to sign it. Looks like the service is proper.
Okay, Judge.
Thank you. That finishes that docket. We go to the 115 hearings. So we'll just wait a minute, let them have a few seconds back there to discuss what's going on. So let's go off the record.